Good afternoon. I'll call the hearing to order, and I will introduce the procedures for this afternoon. First, I'll ask the clerk to introduce the board members, and then I will get into the procedures proper.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board members for this afternoon are our chairman, Mr. Gar Beacom, Ms. Benita Estes, Ms. Marcia Reed, Mr. Dan McDonald, and Mr. Brian Saltman, and myself, Melanie Michaud, the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board Clerk. Does anyone have any objections to the board members this afternoon? Seeing none, I turn it back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So with that, I will outline the procedures. First, the clerk will introduce the appeal into the minutes. Then we'll have a presentation from the municipal representative, followed by the applicants, and then any appellants. Anyone acting on behalf of either of those parties is fine. Sorry. After each presentation, the board members will be given the opportunity to ask questions. And then finally, there'll be a time mainly for board members to get points clarified. At that time, anyone involved in the hearing can ask anybody else involved in the hearing through the chair questions. It's, as I say, it's mainly clarification for the board. It doesn't matter whether the submissions are oral or written, just as long as we get everything that we need to know. And I emphasize that even if we're privy to information that's been presented elsewhere in the county, unless it's reintroduced here, we cannot use it in making our decisions. So make sure that you tell us everything you want us to know for making our decision. We'd ask that before you speak that you introduce yourself the first time. So with that, I would ask the clerk to introduce the appeal into the minutes.
This appeal is against the automatic refusal of development permit 26D078 for a dwelling temporary for child of the landowner on plan 6353 JK Block E, portion of Southwest 182002 west of the 5th Meridian. The appellant is Mr. Harley Stav, and the grounds for his appeal were submitted to and reviewed by the board prior to the hearing. Please note that this appeal hearing is being live streamed and will be available for viewing on the county's website upon completion of the hearing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Ms. Chipchase, please.
Thank you and good afternoon, Mr. Chair, board members. My name is Teresa Chipchase, and I will be presenting on behalf of the county. Come on. I have to switch it out. There we go. So the appeal before the board was submitted by one of the three landowners of the subject parcel, Mr. Harley Stav, against the automatic refusal issued by the development officer for development permit 26D078.
Sorry.
Problem?
To switch it, yeah. See how the screen up there?
Yeah. Oh, it flipped.
Yeah. So let's just go.
My apologies. Not sure why I did that. This is an automatic refusal issued by the development officer for development permit 2060-078 to allow a second dwelling temporary for a child of a landowner on the property legally described as Plan 6353JK, Block E, on the southwest of 1820-02 West of 5. The subject property is a 68.52 acre agricultural district parcel that is located directly east of Highway 22, east of 128th Street West, 400 meters north of 402nd Avenue, and is approximately 800 meters north of the town of Diamond Valley. Due to its proximity to Highway 22, the application was circulated to Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors, who have granted exemptions from permitting requirements from their department. Applications for 2 new development permits to allow continued use of 2 mobile homes on the property for children of a landowner were provided to the county by the appellant after final renewal of past permit approvals had expired. As per the county's land use bylaw under section 12.1.7.2 regarding maximum dwelling unit density, the development officer had authority to approve only one of the temporary mobile homes that were applied for, with the appellant providing the development officer which of the mobile homes should be approved. The appellant then appealed the decision of the development officer to refuse the second mobile home, bringing us to the appeal hearing today. The appeal proposes continued use of the second temporary mobile home on the applicant's 68.52 acre parcel. The aerial imagery on the screen identifies the permanent residence for the property to be located here. The temporary mobile home that was approved by myself as the development officer under development permit 2060-079 is located here along the north boundary of the property. And the second mobile home that was denied by myself as the development officer under development permit 26D-078 is located here near the east boundary of the existing parcel. This second mobile home has been on the property since roughly 1987, prior to the subdivision of the property, which reduced the appellant's property from roughly 80 acres to the present size of 68.52. This second mobile home is an approximately 1,316 square foot single wide mobile home. The county's land use bylaw, which informed the development officer's decision, provides in the definition section that a dwelling temporary means a dwelling which has not been situated on a permanent foundation that is located on a parcel on a temporary basis. Further, in section 10.10.27, the bylaw provides that a dwelling temporary, not placed on a permanent foundation, may be issued when it is occupied by the child of a landowner for a period not to exceed 36 months, with section 10.10.29 setting out that the maximum term for renewals shall not exceed 6 years. As the 36-month approval granted on July 15, 2022 had expired and the temporary permit has been renewed for well over the 6-year maximum term for renewals, the applicants were required to provide a new application for development permit to retain the 2 temporary dwellings on the property. Section 12.1.72 of the Agricultural Land Use District further identifies that the maximum dwelling unit density for a parcel under 80 acres is 1 dwelling single family and either 1 dwelling secondary suite or 1 dwelling temporary. The application was therefore deemed an automatic refusal, as the development officer does not have the authority to approve 2 dwelling temporary or 2 dwelling permanent on the appellant's property. In closing, with respect to the development officer's refusal of development permit 2060-078, the maximum renewal period for mobile homes under sections 10.10.27 and 10.10.29 had expired, and a new application was required to allow the 2 temporary mobile homes to remain. In review of a new application, the dwelling density for the agricultural district within section 12.1.7.2 permits only 1 permanent dwelling and 1 dwelling temporary on properties that are under 80 acres in size. The property already contained a permanent residence and an approved temporary dwelling for the child of a landowner. Therefore, the development officer had no authority to approve the second temporary dwelling. It should also be noted that approvals for temporary uses were never intended to provide any permanency on a property. Finally, the board must understand that should the decision of the development officer be overturned today, any subsequent approval of this temporary use will result in another automatic refusal down the road. When the time frame set for the renewal of this use comes before a development officer once again in the future, as long as the county's land use bylaw remains as it is today, I would not have the authority, or another development officer would not have the authority to continue the use. And with this, I would like to conclude my presentation, Mr. Chair, and to the board members, thank you.
Thank you. Board members have any questions at this time? Mr. Saltman?
Can you advise me what is the renewal period? Would it be a 36-month or a 6-year if this was approved?
Yes, so 36 months is the term of the renewal, and then you can only renew it up to a 6-year time period.
So
And then-
36 months
Yeah,
up to 6 years.
up to 6 years, correct. And then it would be a brand new application that you would need to make to keep retaining it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Further questions? Being none, we now hear from the appellant. Are you representing the group or each person going to speak, or you're lit?
Yes, I will be representing the group. And
Thanks.
okay.
Go ahead.
Afternoon, Chair, Board. My name is Harley Stav. I guess we know why we're here. So these development permits have been in place for 30 and 20 years respectively. Plus, we have a farming operation, a ranching operation that takes all of us to make it go. My mother is disabled. We caregive for her on a daily basis, 24 hours a day. It takes both me and my brother Joel to do that. We have put a lot of time and money into these places over the years since 1987. Up until, well, I guess this law has been in place for a long time, but we were never ever informed of this, or this bylaw, I guess. That's what I'm saying is we were never informed of this before. I guess since we did the subdivision, and what that did was brought my kids home and my grandkids home. And that was one of my late father's wishes and my mother's wishes. So everybody is together on this piece of property. So going forward, I guess we're just asking for an appeal granted on compassionate reasons and for also the farming and ranching. We have a custom haying business. We also raise cattle. We also take care of horses. We have every year from April till September, Heartland brings all their cast horses and we take care of them. So there's approximately 30 horses on the ranch at all times. Takes a lot of work to do this. And that's why these places have been in place since 1987 and 1998 respectively. Is for help around the farm and to keep it going and give everybody a quality of life that everybody likes and deserves. And it also has kept my parents on the farm instead of going to a home. And we all know what that's all about today. I don't really know much else to tell you except for I'm laying it on the line from my heart. I understand the rules. By no means do we ever want to break any rules. We want to live by the rules. We always will. But we got to also look at this realistically. Future down the line, my mother's 84. Well, it would be nice to keep us all there until such time. I hate to say this, but my mother's not there. At that time, one of us would take over the primary residence. And we would have no problem removing the second dwelling. It's part of life. We understand that.
Pass it to the board if there are any questions at this time. Mr. Saltman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a couple of questions. Just for clarification, all these units are all occupied by family?
All by family, yes.
And my second question is, and I probably maybe should have asked this of Teresa, but have you ever had any complaints from any neighbors or anybody?
None so ever. We have the backing of all our neighbors. They were all going to show up here today. And I said, no, that's okay. We don't need to have the whole community here.
Thank you.
Yes.
Further questions? My only question for the development officer is just to clarify what we are we're ruling on, I guess, this afternoon, the board that is. So it's for the second temporary place. That's right. And it's for 3 years.
Correct, that you can set the time or the term. The land use bylaw does say that it will be for 36 months, no longer than 6 years. And then we would be right back here because unless our bylaw changes, because currently our bylaw won't allow you to go beyond that, and we can't approve the 2 temporaries on the one parcel.
So we could do up to 6 years is what is at this time?
Under the land use bylaw, yes, it does allow for a renewal period of up to 6 years. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you. Any points of clarification, board members? The appellants, any questions?
I just have one more question or one more topic. If such time, if we are granted an approval, this also gives us time to plan for the future, whether it's 3 years down the road or 6 years down the road. Gives us some time to plan for the future if we want to go with at that time, secondary suite, a detached secondary suite, which means it has to be on a permanent foundation. But it gives us time to look to the future and plan for such events then.
Basically, you did what I was going to ask you if you wanted to make closing comments, so that worked out fine. Does development officer have any closing comments?
Well, my closing comments are basically the same as before. Basically, you have a parcel that's under 80 acres. You can have one permanent residence, and either one temporary mobile home or one secondary suite. So they are going to have to make some decisions on this property at some point to bring it into compliance with our current land use bylaw. So there is a decision to be made here as to whether to extend them additional time to take a look at that, as well as that the maximum, we just can't go against the maximum dwelling density unit. So we will be back in this situation in whatever time frame the board actually puts on this, for sure.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you to the chair. So just to the planning officer, just to clarify, so you can have one primary residence, a secondary suite, or a temporary, temporary.
Absolutely
home. Okay.
correct. Yeah, you're
Not
absolutely
both.
correct. Not both. No.
Okay. Thank you.
Over 80 acres, it gets a little different, but under 80 acres, those are the regulations. Yeah.
May I have one more point? In the future here, like I said, gives us time to plan. Now, if we had one permanent residence and we wanted to go the secondary suite way, after these are granted, or if we received approval for that in the future, do we have to come back like we are now every 3 or 6 years for approvals? I guess is what I'm asking.
I can certainly speak to that. You have to apply to allow for through the chair. You have to apply for a secondary suite. All secondary suites require approvals through the county. So they would have to make application and be approved for that. However, it would be a permanent use on the property. They would also have to get rid of the second mobile home. You still can't have that second, like you can have the secondary suite and a permanent residence, or a temporary mobile home and a permanent residence. But that third entity would have to be gone.
Thank you to the chair. So just to clarify then, if they went with a secondary suite, it becomes permanent and it doesn't require an application or a renewal. But with the temporary, it requires the renewal.
Yeah, so a temporary, during construction, temporary for a child of a landowner, those are all temporary permits that have to be renewed for sure. A secondary suite becomes a permanent use on the property.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So with that, I will close the hearing. As I said, I will close the hearing. The board will make its decision in private today. The decision will come out in writing in about 15 days. Thank you very much for coming out and making your presentation. Good afternoon. And at this, you probably know that we are live streaming the hearing, and it will be available. Well, there's a spiel coming up out that somebody will tell you all that stuff. Anyway, that's why we have the countdown, and I will call us to order and outline our procedures for the afternoon. I'd ask the clerk to introduce the board members, and then I will go ahead and do the complete procedures.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our chairman, Mr. Garbicum, and we have board members, Benita Estes, Dan McDonald, Marcia Reed, Brian Saltman, and myself, Jacqueline Schuler, the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board Clerk. Does anyone have any objections to the board members this afternoon? Seeing none, I turn it back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So with that, I will open the hearing and outline our procedures. We will get a presentation from the municipal rep, and then we will hear from the applicants, the appellants, and anyone that wishes to be involved in the hearing. We ask that you address your comments through the chair. After each presentation, the board members will be given the opportunity to ask questions. And then finally, there will be a time when board members in particular can get points clarified of anyone that's been involved in the hearing. And there will be an opportunity for closing comments as well. It doesn't matter whether your presentations are oral or written, just as long as we get all the information that we need to make our decision. Even if we're privy that's been presented elsewhere in the county, unless it's reintroduced here at this hearing, we cannot use it in making our decisions. So make sure that we know everything that we need to know. We'd ask that the first time that you speak that you introduce yourselves as well, so that the comments are attributed to the proper person. So with that, I would ask the development officer, Ms. Codler, to give a presentation. Nope, sorry. I did it again. Supposed to do the appeal into the minutes. It's not the first time I forgot.
Okay, so I'm just going to introduce this. This appeal is against the approval of Development Permit 26D011 for a home-based business type 2 on portion Northwest 22/20/28 west of the 4th Meridian. The appellants are Phil Roberts and Sherry Mason, and the grounds for their appeal were submitted to and reviewed by the board prior to the hearing. Please note, this appeal hearing is being live streamed and will be available for viewing on the county's website upon completion of the hearing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Now the development officer, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. The appeal before you today is against home-based business type 2, small-scale winery and tasting room. The subject parcel is 18.98 acre country residential located adjacent to and east of 128th Street East and 130 meters south of Highway 547. A home-based business type 2 is a discretionary use under the country residential land use district and was selected by the applicant as the most appropriate home-based business type for their business, Hello Someday. Home-based business type 2 defines the maximum number of employees as 3 non-residents, the maximum number of business visits to the property each day as 6 visits, the maximum number of business vehicles on site as 6, with no outdoor storage of business materials. Further defining business visit as a round trip to and from the property by individuals for the purpose of doing business on the property. Business visits do not include vehicle trips by residents or employees, and is not intended that the occupants of the vehicles be counted each as a business visit. However, vehicles exceeding 14 passengers are not contemplated in this application. This application proposes small-scale winery and wine tasting room for Hello Someday, the winemaking process with grapes grown in BC, on-site grape crushing and pressing, fermenting, clarifying and filtering, aging in steel tanks or barrels, and bottling. Primary sales are business to business through AGLC warehouses, secondary sales direct to consumer through wholesale purchases, online sales, and wine club sales. On-site wine tasting room for customers to sample the wine, available by prepaid appointment and following AGLC regulations. No retail sales or storefront sales have been proposed with this application. Business activities are to be contained within the existing structure at the center of the property. Maximum 6 business visits per day. This is to be achieved through appointment-only tastings and online sales pickup. Hours of operation, Monday through Thursday by special request only, Friday through Sunday appointments booked between 11 a.m. and 6 p.m. 3 non-resident employees during October for winemaking, and 2 non-resident employees from mid-June to mid-September. 1 business vehicle of a 3-ton refrigerator truck. The application identifies using the existing workshop for business operations, shown with the blue square. Parking and loading are proposed around the existing structure. New screening is proposed to extend the tree line on the north property line. Water usage plan for the business. Water is proposed to be supplied by an existing well with a 3,000-gallon cistern. Water is protected by the province, and as such, I've placed a pre-release condition on this approval. The applicants are to submit a written verification of waiver or approval of commercial well license from Alberta Environmental Protection Agency. These photos are of the existing structure that is proposed to be the location of the business. These photos are taken standing south of the business building. The left photo is facing west, back toward the dwelling. The right photo is facing east, toward the back half of the parcel. These photos show the line of mature trees running along the south property line. These show the line of mature trees running along the north property line. This line of trees stops at approximately the shop location. The application proposes additional screening as shown in the proposal. Should the business exceed any of the parameters identified within the application package or the land use bylaw, the applicant would be required to obtain a new development permit. All permit conditions and decision details are to be complied with for the life of the business. This concludes my presentation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Board.
Thank you. Board members have any questions at this time? Being none, we now hear from Ms. Earhart.
Okay, thank you. Through the board, I'm just going to pull up the presentation here. Okay, through the chair, my name is Robin Earhart. I'm with Township Planning and Design here on behalf of Hello Someday Wine. With me today are also Jim and Jamie. They are the landowners and the owners of Hello Someday Wine. And we will provide a presentation here to run through a lot of the details about the business, provide some clarity on the business operations, and address some of the concerns that have been raised. First, I'd like to note a little bit about the approving authorities who were circulated on the application, who have seen this application and provided some comment. So Alberta Environment and Protected Areas was provided with the calculations for the estimated water use on the site, which we will run through in more detail in a few moments. But through their conversations with Alberta Environment, they indicated that a commercial water well license is not required and that the water use is considered to be under a household use. We'll discuss that in a little bit more detail, as I mentioned. Alberta Transportation has also been circulated on the application, and they required a roadside development permit. So we applied for that, and it was approved. That would be in your agenda package as well. So they have seen this and allowed for the business to occur in this area in proximity to Highway 547. And of course, Foothills County Development Authority has approved the development permit for the home-based business type 2, where there are no relaxations required, and the application aligns with the land use bylaw, the definitions, the purpose statement of country residential, and the other statutory documents. One other thing to note is that the Alberta Environment does have the jurisdiction and protection over the water use approvals, and we have received confirmation from them in an email and have provided that to the county. Not to belabor the Development Approval Authority that Ms. Kotler has already gone through, we wanted to reiterate that this is for home-based business type 2 on the site that is owned and resided on. It's to allow for a small-scale winery and a wine tasting room that will be operated in the workshop building that's already built. It's an existing building, and there will be nothing that there will be no other buildings added for this application. There are minor updates on site for landscaping, parking, and aesthetic. And importantly, there's no retail or storefront sales. There's no point of sales from the site, and there will be no exchanging of products through purchase on site. So the subject site is located along 128th Street East, just south of Highway 547 and about 9 kilometers east of Okotoks, and easily accessed from Highway 2 and like Highway 547. It's surrounded by other country residential districts, previous subdivisions, and there's one agricultural district corridor to the east. The access will continue to be from 128th Street, and there's only one parcel north of the subject parcel between or along 128th Street. So this is the site plan that is showing the existing site conditions where the home-based business type 2 is allowed on the country residential district as a discretionary use. The existing residence, barn, shed, and workshop are all to remain. The existing workshop will accommodate the proposed business operations, and the subject site, as noted, is serviced by an existing well and cistern, as well as a septic tank and fields that will accommodate the business as well. Now here for comparison is the proposed changes. So as noted, there are no new buildings for the subject site. The only changes that are being proposed are small on-site upgrades, such as a portico structure over the main entrance on the workshop building. There will be a winery sign and a gate on the parcel in alignment with the sizes outlined in the home-based business type 2 requirements. There will be a new gravel parking area for the 6 maximum visitors, as well as parking and loading. Garbage will be fenced in to provide that visual screening. There will also be trees that are proposed along the north of the workshop to continue that line of trees, and a concrete sidewalk to provide access from the gravel parking area to the building. So to break down the uses a little bit more, we've simplified them to the small scale winery, which is for on-site wine production in the existing workshop. There's also the wine tasting room where customers will go to sample the product at private tastings that are available by appointment only. Now, the sales that will occur are either business to business, which are sales through the AGLC to stores, restaurants, and hotels. The material or the products will go from Hello Someday's property to the AGLC workshop and is distributed from there. Secondary sales or direct to consumer are wholesale only through the online sales portal. So a customer would place an order online and then they would have to reserve an appointment time to come and pick it up. As mentioned, there is no retail associated with the operations on site at all. The landowners, they live here. They want to continue to have their sort of quiet and peaceful residence in combination with being able to run a business that they love and provide some wine tasting to customers. So this is a busy slide, but the purpose is to reiterate the alignment with the home-based business type 2 regulations. So every component on this table has been assessed and determined for compliance. So the employees will be the maximum of 3 non-resident employees only on site as needed for either tasting or for some of the operations that occur intermittently throughout the year, which I'll elaborate on a little bit more as well. There's also business visits. So there's a maximum of the 6 business visits that can occur on any day. And those will be permitted only by reservation. So that goes for customers as well as deliveries. They will be scheduled and reserved to make sure that there's adherence to the 6 vehicles per day. There's 1 business vehicle owned by the business. There will be no outdoor storage or goods. There's no offsite impacts. No offsite impacts. The garbage area will be fenced and screened. There's additional landscaping that will be added. All of the activities occur within the workshop, so there is no noise, visual, sound, or other offsite impacts to this business. Parking will be provided on site, as we mentioned, to accommodate the maximum number allowed at one time. But again, this will be by appointment only that people will be on the site. So this is a small-scale, low-intensity home-based business with no offsite impacts on an existing country residential parcel district. And we retained that country residential district rather than redesignate to commercial or DC so that it could maintain that rural residential setting, and it limits the operations to align with the home-based business type 2. So the home-based business type 2 is to accommodate these small, non-intrusive, low-risk, low-intensity developments that can be integrated into the existing non-commercial, non-industrial areas. And we, as I mentioned, we did retain the country residential land use district because it is suitable and it is compatible with the residential area. There was no need to determine an alternative or compatible district because the home-based business type 2 provides the parameters that the business needs. So the on-site winemaking process for the wine production will involve grape crushing and pressing with that will occur in that workshop only. There will be fermentation, clarifying, filtering, aging, and bottling. So grapes or juice are delivered to the site only once a year. There's no grapes grown on site. This is not a vineyard. It's a winery only. So once a year, there are grapes and juice delivered to the site, and that's what's used in the production of the wine. And production volumes are approximately 500 cases of wine per year, which in comparison to a small winery in the Okanagan is about, they need about 2,000 to 5,000 cases of wine. Hello Someday is looking at only doing 500. The water use for this business operations is not considered commercial by Alberta Environment, and we will run through the detailed calculations for those in a moment to understand where the water is coming from. Now, the tasting room is by appointment only, and they will only be allowed to visit the site for that wine tasting or to pick up a wholesale order that they have already placed. The reservation system will allow the landowners to track all of the visits and to maintain that 6 visits per day. There will also be a gate that's installed on the site so that they can control entry to the parcel. So customers, again, are able to purchase the wine online and then they can pick up on site during a specific appointment. There will be no retail or retail sales, and it's all by appointment only. So anybody coming to the site will be known in advance and will be tracked through this online appointment system. So for the business operations, The home-based business type 2 allows for up to 3 non-resident employees per day, in addition to the 6 business visits. Now, it's anticipated that there will only be these additional non-resident employees for a few times throughout the year. With the crushing is a component of the wine production process. They are needed on site for about 3 to 4 days in October. Similarly, the bottling staff is only needed on site for about 3 to 4 days in October as well. And the crushing staff and the bottling staff will not be on the site at the same time. It's more consecutive. So you would have a few days with 3 employees on site and then another few days with the other 3 employees on site. And the tasting room that will be open for some mid-June to mid-September will likely not be open during the crushing and the bottling. So you would only have those 1 to 2 people on site when there was a tasting. And there's only a tasting if there's an appointment that is made. And those staff are brought in to support that specific appointment. Now, deliveries are scheduled and they are very carefully tied to the business and the business plan. So there will be 1 per month of outgoing shipments where product is taken to an AGLC for delivery. And the grapes and juices are delivered to the site once a year, early in the season. And then there's one other delivery to the winery in just a normal sort of truck that you would get your typical deliveries to you in to supply the materials for the product for that season. So Hello Someday will track all of these appointments through their online reservation system to ensure that the business visits and customer visits do not exceed 6 per day. In terms of the operating hours, Ms. Kotler touched on this as well, but so for Monday to Thursday, it's by reservation only. You have to call or specifically request an appointment for pickup during those times, whereas Friday to Sunday, there will be time slots available to select. The maximum number of occupants at the workshop at a time will be 8 to 10 people. Access is controlled by a gate and is tracked through the online reservation system to monitor the 6 visits per day. And the estimated traffic actually does vary. So because it's a seasonal operation, the winter season between November to March is approximately 1 to 2 vehicles a week. Estimated traffic for spring, summer, and fall, which would be about 2 to 4 vehicles a day, 3 times a week. And that will be dependent on the appointments made. The types of vehicles would be passenger cars, bringing these customers to the site. There are no tour buses. This is not a vineyard that would bring a large number of people. The tastings are small scale and intimate wine tastings for the maximum of the 6 people. Now, there's been some conversation about traffic as well. So this data is based on traffic counts that were conducted by Alberta Transportation in 2025, and that is in your agenda package as well, the detailed breakdown of all of those traffic counts at this intersection. So at Highway 547 and 128th Street, Alberta Transportation tracked the number of vehicles in each direction, and those are summarized below. So south on 128th, north on 128th, west on Highway 547 and east on 547 are those breakdowns in the table. And then we have provided a percentage increase. So if you were to add 6 vehicle visits every day, going south on 128th Street, that would be a 2.7% increase over the annual average daily traffic and only a 2.4% increase over the average summer daily traffic. On Highway 547, there is a even smaller percentage increase just due to the background traffic volume that already exists. So adding this number of vehicles per day would be a 0.3% increase going west, and a 0.4 going east. So this is a minor negligible amount of cars that are going on the existing traffic, and this is appropriate, contextually appropriate, and a minor increase over what is already seen through the background traffic of the area. So this flow chart here is intended to provide a high-level overview of the production process for a white wine and red wine. And the purpose of these is to indicate the areas where wine or water will be used in the process. So for the white wine process, water is only used in 2 of the steps, at the aging and the bottling, because the white wine grapes are grown, harvested, destemmed, crushed, and pressed off-site. The juice is delivered, and then there is the final production and bottling that occurs on-site. So water is only used on-site for those 2 stages. With red wine, again, the grapes are grown and harvested off-site, but they are destemmed, crushed, and pressed on-site, which will require the use of water at those 4 stages. And Hello Someday will consider several water conservation practices as well, such as using high pressure, low volume nozzles for cleaning, using steam for the sanitizing process, manual pre-cleaning, such as like scraping organic matter out of the, what am I trying to say? The tubs out of the product materials before they resort to using water. So they'll use these practices to reduce the amount of fresh water that is needed in the process. Okay, so the water consumption here, you have these tables and the studies that are associated with these in your agenda package as well, but I'll run through them to describe the calculations and where this all comes from. So the annual water usage by Hello Someday Wines is estimated to be approximately 26,491 liters per year. For a quick comparison, the average household uses 336,000 liters per year, and that's based on the average 4-person household in the city of Calgary. Hello Someday estimates that their annual production will be 4,500 liters of wine per year. Now, in understanding this process, I'll explain what the water footprint is. So a water footprint is an industry standard that reflects the amount of water required for the full production of wine. And that includes the water used in the vineyard and the winery, and is green water, gray water, and blue water, which is like rainwater, water used to dilute pesticides and fertilizer, and then blue water, which is fresh water, which is what would be drawn from the groundwater wells. So the water footprint for a vineyard and a winery is considered to be 632.2 liters per year. And this is based on a number of studies and assessments that are completed of comparable wineries that use a similar process. So the industry standards indicate that 0.5% of that total water footprint is blue water across the entire operation. So of that 632.2 liters per year, only 0.5% is blue water or fresh water that will be drawn from the groundwater well. And 65% of that is what's used in the winery. The other 35% is used in the operation of a vineyard. So if we're looking at red wine use, the 632.2 liters per year at 0.5%, and even 65% of that number is 2.055 liters of water required to produce 1 liter of wine. White wine requires slightly less water because of the process, where they don't require the same amount of water for cleaning and sanitizing in advance, just because of the way that the grapes are processed. So this actually is a 1.315 liters of water per liter of wine. So we've provided these summary tables here and rounded up a little bit. And so for the blue water required in the red wine process is approximately 2.1 liters of water per 1 liter of wine. And with white wine, it's approximately 1.3 liters of water required to produce 1 liter of the white wine. And that results in about 3.2 liters of water for the production of wine. Now, with the red wine requiring approximately about 2.1 fresh water, and with Hello Someday Wine anticipating the 250 cases, that results in about 2,250 liters of wine. And if we multiply that by the 2.1 liters of water required to produce that, we get 4,623 liters of water required to produce the 2,250 liters of wine, which is their annual anticipated production. White wine results in 2,959 liters of water to produce the amount of wine that they will produce that entire year. So the total water used in operations and in production ends up being about 26,491 liters. And that also considers about 18,000 liters of water for just other operations such as the dishwasher, cleaning, sanitizing, functioning of the workshop and the building. And we provided these calculations to Alberta Environment, and they confirmed that the winery does not require a commercial well license to operate because these volumes are well within the household use, and it will not exceed the 1,250 meters cubed per year. And the 1,250 meter cube per year, when converted into liters, is 1,250,000 liters of water per year that an annual household can use. So the amount of water that the production of the wine will use is actually less than 8% of what a typical household will use of the 336,000. And that doesn't even come close to the maximum draw that they're allowed under the Water Act. And as noted, we did reach out to Alberta Environment and they provided confirmation that a license is not required and the water use that we have described is considered to fall under household purposes. And they are the approving authority for water and water licensing. We also looked at the groundwater wells for the area and the reconnaissance report. And the home-based business and the house will use the same existing water well, and they will not exceed that permitted draw allowed under the Water Act. As we've just run through with the numbers, they won't even come close to touching the maximum that's allowed for a household use. And as the AEPA determined that this proposed use does fall under the definition for a household use. And we see here that the well that is connected to the workshop and to the house is the second from the bottom and produces at about 3.9 imperial gallons per minute. Now, there was also a groundwater supply assessment of a nearby well that was completed in 2024, and that well is the one that's on the east of the the east side of the property, north of the Love's property. So we've highlighted the two wells in question. The one by the workshop is the one that will serve the workshop and the residents on the subject property, and the one that had an assessment completed was further to the east and just north. The groundwater supply assessment report of that well indicates it produces at about 2 imperial gallons per minute. It demonstrated that a 20-year safe yield is 9,000 meters cubed per year, which is significantly over like the maximum allowed for a household use, which means it could suitably provide a household use over a 20-year period without having a negative impact on the recharge levels or draw. So the well can supply this required draw to the residents, and the calculations show that the well supplies the needs as defined by the Water Act. The report concluded that no adverse effects to the existing domestic, licensed, or traditional agricultural groundwater users should result due to the production of water from this well for domestic purposes. The report also noted that the two wells and most of the wells on these two sites are drawing from the same aquifer. And another note is that Foothills County typically does not approve the haul-in as the only source of water in our experience with them. However, if the landowners are required to haul water in, it would only require 2 totes per month. And one tote is the 1,100 liters. It's one of those like white water totes that can easily be hauled in a personal vehicle. I mean, you wouldn't put it in your sedan, but it doesn't require a heavy industrial truck. So the business operations will have no offsite impacts. They will not store any noxious, toxic, radioactive, flammable, explosive, or other materials on the subject site. The winemaking process does require cleaning and sanitizing, which are very low in toxicity and will be used and stored in the workshop only. And the workshop is connected to a septic system. Noise will be normal conversational levels and be contained within the enclosed workshop. There were some decibel readings that are provided in the business plan that you have in your agenda package as well that demonstrate the normal conversation of a small group of people would be well under your typical decibel level for conversations, and it would even be enclosed in the workshop building, so would not carry to adjacent parcels. No additional dust will be generated, and traffic will be limited to 5 kilometers an hour on site. This is their home. They live in the residence that's further west on here, so the traffic will be strictly controlled and will be very slow on site for safety purposes. Garbage is to be enclosed and fenced, as we noted, and additional trees are going to be planted. Significant mature trees exist entirely along the south boundary and along most of the north boundary. So there's only a few trees and additional screening that are needed to provide that additional screening to the north along the on the north of the workshop. And in this map here, you can see that the workshop is located more than 330 meters east from 128th Street. It's over 245 meters from the nearest residence, and it is screened from those adjacent residences. And so I'll run through some site photos actually to give you a sense of where things are on the property. So the first photo here is the view looking east from the approach. And first you see the house, and then the workshop is tucked in the back. The second one is for when you walk around to the back side of the house and you're looking further east again, you can see the workshop situated in the center of the parcel with mature screening on either side. And there will be additional screening north of that parcel, or north of the workshop to extend that tree line. The view on the left here is standing beside the workshop and looking west toward 128th Street. So you can see the existing barn and the house in the background there, and you can see that mature line of trees that runs all the way along that property line. Now, this one on the right is taken from 128th Street and looking north and a little bit further south of their property to demonstrate that there's existing screening in place. You can't see the house or the workshop or the barn even as you're driving north along 128th Street until you get to the property, and then you see what's on the left here. We've also taken this shot, obviously not on the same day, but was taken from the neighboring driveways that are immediately west of the subject property. And this is looking east towards the workshop. And again, you can see that it is situated well screened behind existing vegetation and located far from 128th Street. So the workshop building that will house the winery operations and the wine tasting has gas, electrical, and water supply from the existing groundwater well and on-site cistern. Any gray and black water generated will be collected in the existing sump and pumped to the existing septic system or removed by vac truck. There's no land contouring or berming required, so there will be no change to drainage. One other note about other regulatory bodies and another level of, I'll say, sort of braces around the operations is the AGLC. So they regulate wine tastings in Alberta by setting specific rules for the licensing, the sizes, and whether a fee can be charged. Now, this is important because it ensures that the winery operates as wine tasting only. A customer can't purchase a glass of wine when they waltz in. They are limited to small sample sizes, and you can only charge a fee for the people to be there. This isn't going to turn into a place where you can come in and purchase additional wine, and that is strictly regulated by AGLC. So in addition to aligning with the home-based business requirements and regulations, they also have to align with these rules established by the AGLC. And now once they have an approved development permit from the county, then they would be able to apply for a license through the AGLC, but they do need an approved development permit first to do so. Now, a little bit about policy review and alignment with the statutory guiding documents. So the proposed home-based business aligns with Section 617 of the MGA, which establishes the policy to balance public interest and individual rights. This is a contextually appropriate use that is sensitively integrated in the community and into the neighborhood and proposes a local business. It aligns with the municipal development with the municipal development plan and the development standards of the land use bylaw, resulting in a development that does acceptably balance these individual and public rights. Under 687 of the Municipal Government Act, the proposed business aligns with the purpose statement, definitions, and intent of the country residential district. And under 687.3D, there is no test under 687.3D because it already aligns with all of the land use bylaw and statutory documents. So really the question becomes, the contextual appropriateness, and the approved development permit does not issue any relaxations. It complies with the definition and the rules of the district and the home-based business in the land use bylaw. All activities are contained on site, indoors, and do not unduly interfere with the neighborhood amenities or materially interfere with, affect the use, enjoyment, or value of the neighboring parcels of land. Now, there are also a number of existing businesses in the area as well that have already been approved or not approved. I don't know the permit status of them, but the Manu Metalworks, Apex Services, and Custom Paint and Body Works have operational hours listed where people are able to come to site. So these are operational businesses where people are traveling through the area and coming to these locations for services. And the Apex Hoist Services does have large cranes and large materials that goes down 128th Street. And the landowners have noted that they've seen those going past. The business here then is contextually appropriate because it does not fragment or remove agricultural land. It contributes to the rural economic diversification through a low-intensity home-based business, and there's no outdoor use, so all operations are contained within the existing workshop, and there will be no impact on the rural character and nature of the area. And there's only one driveway that anybody would drive past in order to get to Hello Someday Wines. So that's the one driveway north that you can see. If somebody is traveling on 547 and turns south on 128th Street, there's only one neighboring driveway that a customer would have to drive by in order to reach Hello Someday. And I'll note this again, that the proposed business completely aligns with the country residential district, the regulations of the home-based business type 2, as well as even the purpose statement and the uses listed in this country residential district for a home-based business in this area. The application also aligns with the municipal development plan that speaks to the importance of commercial and industrial development in the county and facilitating economic development through these proactive land use and implementation processes. And this home-based business promotes this economic development and business growth in a contextually appropriate way for the area. Now, the policy in the municipal development plan guiding home-based businesses is the general criteria policy 3, where they have to be considered on the basis of the following criteria. The impact on the area residents. We've demonstrated that the area is well screened, it's well set back from the road, all operations are occurring inside the building and will have no off-site impacts. The impact on the adjoining lands, again, it is screened by mature trees on both sides of the property and is at least 245 meters from an adjoining residence. There is no impact on the environment. The production of the wine occurs on site in the workshop only, and the organic materials, the grapes and the juices, are brought to the parcel. Traffic generation, we've discussed in detail based on Alberta Transportation's traffic counts, and it is a negligible impact in comparison to the background traffic that already exists in the area. Water consumption is well within the household use, and Alberta Environment determined no commercial well license was required. Sewage disposal is connected to the existing septic on site and will be easily managed by the existing system that serves the residents. And there are no dust, odor, noise, lighting, or visual impacts to this development and the business. It is in the East District of the growth management strategy, which does support this minimal and moderate growth, and it does not have any impact on the agricultural land, and neither does it conflict with agricultural uses. It is contextually appropriate with the county's vision for growth in this area, and the home-based business is a strategic way to limit the type of growth but still allow for residences to have these businesses and support this economic development. I won't go through this, but this is to demonstrate the conditions of the development permit approval, which you have in your agenda package as well. And in red here, we've noted where we have already reached out to satisfy these conditions. So we do have this correspondence from Alberta Environment already that has been provided, confirming that a commercial well license is not required. Alberta Transportation approved the roadside development permit, and an AGLC license will be obtained once we have a development permit. The remaining conditions are quite typical of a permanent condition for a development permit. I won't speak too much to that, other than to say that these can be achieved by the landowners, and we'll collaborate with the county to align with these. Now, summary of the engagement that has occurred. The neighbors have consulted and spoken with 8 neighbors, which is about 16 people who all support the application in the area. We have 1 letter of support from the neighbor immediately south, and he's the only residence that will be driven by on the way to this property. We have, as you've seen, have received 3 letters of opposition. Based on our understanding of the neighbors in the area, 2 of them live to the west on 128th Street, and you can see those 2 parcels in red. And there is another parcel, or there was another letter that was received, and they don't live along 128th Street. So in conclusion, the Development Authority approved a home-based business type 2 on a country residential parcel with no relaxations. The proposed winery complies entirely with the requirements of home-based business type 2 provisions, the country residential district, and statutory documents. The application is contextually appropriate. It's well connected to the area through Highway 547. It maintains the country residential land use, and there are other businesses in the area. This does not set a precedent. It is in keeping with the context of the area. Alberta Environment confirmed the estimated water use is within the household usage and does not require commercial water well use. Traffic counts that are provided by Alberta Transportation at the intersection of 547 and 128th indicate that the addition of 6 business visits per day is a negligible increase. The maximum is, about 3% in all directions on the roads. 8 neighbors were consulted, and 1 neighbor supports through a letter that is in your agenda package. And this is a low-intensity, home-based business on a country residential parcel that is contextually appropriate with the area to allow Jim and Jamie to have this Hello Someday business that they're working towards. And I'll allow Jim to say a few words as well, if that's all right.
Thank you. Just wanted to give you guys a little bit of context to who we are. Back in 2019, we started our wine business with a very clear goal to own a rural winery. That goal was more, that was more than a business plan for us. It was the driving point. We wanted a rural way of life. I was lucky enough. I was raised on a farm in northern Alberta. I learned the value of hard work. I learned the value of community. And one of the things that me and myself and Jamie really wanted was the ability to raise our son in a rural setting and give him the opportunity to learn and explore and connect to the land itself. So we looked for a property for a lot of years. Like once we started the winery in 2019, we spent a number of years looking for a property. And when we saw our property up on Gladys Ridge, we knew this was home. We knew we'd found a place where we wanted to be. Because this is our home, our plan is to take care of the land and to take care of the water. We want to make sure that our property, along with all the properties in the area, thrive. So we do not want to do anything that obviously would hurt the property itself. Since 2019, we have developed a very good understanding of the wine business. We're confident in knowing how to make wine and what it takes to make wine. And we're very confident in the numbers that have been shared with you guys today. We're hopeful that this winery can be approved and it becomes a point that is a point of pride for people in the area. Thank you.
That concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Board members have questions? Mr. McDonald?
Through the chair, what kind of road is 128th Street? Is it a gravel, an improved road, or I couldn't tell in the photos?
Through the chair to Member McDonald, it is, I believe, a coal press surface. It's not a gravel road.
Okay.
Further, Mr. Saltman?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to know, in addition to the two applicants here, are there other people that live permanently on the property?
Sorry, what?
Are there other?
Just our son, our 7-year-old son.
Thank you.
Is that safe?
Thank you to the chair. And with your permission, may I ask the Development Authority a question?
Let's finish this first. I have a question about the water system. You have a 3,000 gallon cistern there. I'm presuming with the rates that we see on the tests that you're drawing directly off the cistern and slowly filling it.
That is correct.
Thank you. Any further questions, board? And being done at this time, are there any points that to be clarified? Anybody, sorry, let me say, is there anybody that wishes to speak in addition to what we've heard so far? Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Rob Laird, and I live on the property directly north of the applicants. I've lived there for 35 years. You know, I'm surprised. I don't object in any way because I'm the only property that this truck or any traffic would be going by. I fully support what they're doing. I think it brings real recognition to for the county of Foothills. I remember when the town of Okotoks didn't allow Big Rock Beer to move in there. And we know what happened there. It kind of took off. So this is an opportunity. My wife and I were just down at Waterton, and my wife ordered a glass of wine because it had someday wine on the water list or on the wine list down there. So this is an opportunity, and as being the direct neighbors that would be impacted by it, we fully support it.
Any questions, board members? Mr. Saltman?
You live real close to this property.
Directly across the fence line.
Have you ever run low on water in your well?
Never.
Never?
I have, I just did a subdivision through council here last year. I have 3 wells on my property. The deepest well is 55 feet, and I get 24 gallons a minute.
Wow. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you,
So,
sir.
yeah, there is water up there if you find it.
Thank you. We'll now go to the board to see if they have any points of clarification.
Thank you to the chair. Just a question for the Development Authority. Was this circulated to Public Works and did they have any comments on the road approach?
It was circulated to Public Works. I can get their circulation. Most, sorry, most of their comments were regarding water and that Alberta Environment be consulted. As far as approach upgrades may be required to commercial standards depending on the usage of the road, and that would be determined by contacting Public Works.
Any other points, board? Anyone involved in the hearing have any questions through the chair of anyone else involved in the hearing? Being none, I will close the hearing. The board will make its decision today in private. The decision will come out in writing in about 15 days. Thank you all for your presentations. Thank you.
Sorry, one question through the chair. Did we have an opportunity to close? Did you ask for that already?
Sorry, yes, go
Okay.
ahead.
I don't really have anything to add. I just wanted to make sure. I just wanted to note that the the home-based business type 2 is based on, yes, this 7 years of experience that they have doing this. So the water calculations that are provided are based on the industry standards, a number of studies for comparable wineries and processes, and really does reflect what will be occurring on site for the operations. And the approach was not a condition of approval, as you saw. So Public Works was communicated with, and it did not. They did not require it as a condition of the development permit. With that, I'll say thank you.
Thank you. Development Officer, have any closing comments?
The only thing I wanted to add is that 128th Street is MRO for surface, road surface. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Think we've heard from everybody now. We need to. So now I'll close the hearing. And as I mentioned, the board will make its decision today and it'll come out writing in about 15 days. Thank you all. Good afternoon. I'll call our hearing to order and outline the procedures for the afternoon here. First, I'm going to ask that the clerk introduce the board members, and then we will go through the list of procedures.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board members this afternoon are our chairman, Mr. Gar Beacom, and we have board members Benita Estes, Marcia Reed, Dan McDonald, and Brian Saltman, and myself, the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board Clerk, Garrity Stanley. Does anyone have any objections to the board members this afternoon? In hearing none, I pass it back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So I will run through how we're going to proceed. First, I ask that the clerk introduce the appeal into the minutes. Then we'll have a presentation from the municipal representative, hear from the appellant, and anyone opposed to the appeals. And then we will have a time for closing comments, and anyone involved in the hearing, particularly the board members, will be allowed to ask questions of anyone involved in it. But anybody that's involved in the hearing, if they have questions, can ask them through the chair. It doesn't matter whether your presentation is oral or written, just as long as we have everything that we need to know to make our decision. Even if we're privy to information that's been presented elsewhere in the county, it has to be reintroduced here for us to use it in making our deliberations. So it's important that we get all that information. We'd ask that you introduce yourself when you're making your presentation. I think we said that this proceeding is being live streamed, so it is available after the hearing if you wish to see it again. With that, I would ask the clerk to introduce the appeal into the minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This appeal is against the approval of Development Permit 26D-075 for a ground mount solar power system, private, on portion northwest 262101, west of the 5th Meridian. The appellants are Mark and Shannon Kafran and Yolanda Zong, and the grounds for their appeal were submitted to and reviewed by the board prior to the hearing. As the chair mentioned, please note that this appeal hearing is being live streamed and will be available for viewing on the county's website upon completion of the hearing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Davis, you're representing the appellant, some of the appellants?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and I just wanted to say I have no objections or concerns about any of the board members involved. I couldn't get it out fast enough, but I just want to have it clear for the record. So that on the record, I just wanted to say, yes, I represent the three named appellants. All three will be presenting today in some format. I've got in present Mark and Shannon Carfan.
Let me interrupt a bit.
I'm sorry.
These microphones, you have to get quite close to them to make them work. So pull it over towards you, just best.
Thank you. I will carry on then, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Mark and Shannon Carfan are present here today. Behind me, their daughter, Hala, is also present. Online on Teams or the streaming function, one of the other neighbors, Yolanda Zong, and her son Leo are present. Hala had prepared a statement on behalf of the Zongs because they weren't going to be able to attend, but now they are. So I hope that the board will allow the indulgence of Hannah presenting the statement on behalf of the Zongs, and they can add additional comments online. Thank you.
So who's speaking first?
Through the chair, I would be
Oh,
the
sorry.
planner.
I'm confused. Ms. Smith?
Thank you and good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. The appeal before the board today was submitted by two adjacent landowners on the approval issued by the development officer for development permit 26D075, allowing for a ground mount solar power system private. The subject property is a 4.57 acre country residential district parcel located within Eden Park Estates, directly south of 262nd Avenue West, which is classified as an internal subdivision road, and west of Eden Park View West, which is also classified as an internal subdivision road. It is approximately 400 meters east of Highway 552. The application requests to place a ground mount solar system for private use and identifies the array to be 1,744 square feet and 11.9 feet in maximum height at its highest angle. The location of the array is identified in pink and meets all setback requirements of 15 meters or 49.21 feet to all property lines as required within the country residential land use district. This image shows the subject parcel and surrounding lands with the proposed array location highlighted in pink. Under Land Use Bylaw Section 4.2.1.18, solar power system private is permitted without requiring a development permit when it meets the following criteria. It is used for on-site personal household, business, or agricultural purposes only, is mounted on the wall or roof of an approved building and does not exceed the maximum building height when placed at its highest proposed angle, is ground, pole, or fence mounted and no larger than 1 meter square in size, and are no greater than 10 meters square and does not exceed maximum building height when at highest angle and is set back double the minimum side and rear yard setback. All other solar power system private require a development permit approval and are considered discretionary use. The application being an array larger than 10 meters square or 107 square feet and ground mounted requires a development permit approval to mitigate any off-site impacts of the array. The landowner, as part of conditions of approval for solar arrays, are responsible for ensuring any required safety code permits are obtained from the county and ensure compliance with any provincial or federal regulatory bodies having jurisdiction with respect to such installations. Conversations with the landowner and agent were had regarding the proposed size and location. The applicant's agent advised that the proposed size was selected to achieve an offset as close as possible to net zero for the landowner's energy goals, yet remaining consistent with guidelines from relevant utility interconnection agreements and solar industry standards. Fortis was provided the information as part of the 30-day circulation period and provided a response of no concerns. The location of the array was expressly chosen due to the connection to existing electrical meter, site constrictions, and meets the requirements of setback distances to all roadways and property lines. And this concludes my presentation, Mr. Chairman. I'm open to any questions you may have. Thank you.
Board members have any questions at this time? Mr. Saltman?
Mr. Chairman, can we get clarification, because I may have misheard on how high off the ground this proposed unit is at the low end and at the high end?
Sure. Thank you. Through the chair. The application presented by the landowner agent advised that the max height was 11.9 feet from the ground.
Because the diagram I have on page 202 here shows this thing starts at 15 feet and goes up to 21 feet.
I can certainly advise the landowner to provide clarification. The application itself, the development permit application, advised that it was 11.9.
At the high point.
Yes.
Thank you.
Further questions, board? Being none, we'd go to Mr. Davis, and you can direct whomever.
Yep, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Appreciate that we're here today to object to the approval of a solar panel array in a country residential district. There's lots of material. I'll try to refer to the page numbers if I think it's important to get it on the overhead. And it might be helpful to anybody who's joining online so that they can see it as well. The actual reasons in support of the appeal start at page 184. And there are 2 pages of material. And it's not intended to be inclusive of everything, but we've tried to summarize all of the concerns that my clients have. It might be useful to turn to page 318, if we could put that on the overhead, just to provide some context. 318 is a copy of the registered subdivision plan. And it's half the page, so it's a little small. Might have to expand it if possible. Should be the page before, I think. 318. And
I may have to come sit beside you. Might be my easiest. Our apologies. We ended up adding in 2 written submissions. So the page numbers will be off by 2. Not written submissions for your appeal, though.
okay. Hopefully we can figure it out. I'm working from the latest version that I thought we were working from. So do members of the board have the materials before you so you can see what I'm referring to?
They have the whole.
So 318 is the subdivision plan, and it's plan 011-0200. So it was registered in 2001, and that created the lots that are primarily the ones that are affected by this application. And if you look on the page, you'll see that the municipal road is defined as road allowance. You'll see a close-up of the bulb cul-de-sac on the far left. And then in the different scale, you see the road allowance. And sorry, I don't know the township road, but it is the one that leads to the site. And then there's an internal subdivision road that comes down and heads south in a little bulb cul-de-sac. And that bulb cul-de-sac has the relevant parcels. So the application parcel is on the northwest side of that bulb cul-de-sac. It's hard to read, but it's lot 7. So it's on the left side, and it has 2 streets that it faces, the internal access and then the southerly bulb extension. Immediately south is Lot 8. They're not here as an appellant, but we did file a title. That property is owned by Strategic Financial Corp. I think it's an affiliate of a big Calgary company that owns a lot of real estate. So this is an investment parcel, and they didn't, or to our knowledge, they haven't signed off on any consent or support letter for this application. The appellant parcels are on the east side of the bulb cul-de-sac. The Zong parcel is immediately east, and that's Lot 9. And my clients, the Carfens, are in Lot 10. And those are the 4 most affected parcels. The parcels that are north of the road in what is described here as Block 3, Lot 3, were subdivided later. And there's a break in the land right about the point of the access road, so that all of the parcels lying north in the subsequent subdivision, they can't really see the buys parcel because of the break. They're all sloping to the north and down, and the crest is really the road. So most of them, certainly where their houses are located, they visually don't have any real meaningful view of the application site. So I think that's helpful to provide a little bit of the local context. My clients will give you their own views, pun intended, of what is they see. Even though these are acreages of about 5 acres each, in many ways, this area in the DeWinton General Prospect area, it's fairly dense for foothills. In the municipal development plan, there's some discussion about endeavoring to try and stop fracturing parcels and to try and achieve some kind of a stable outcome. And I believe that it was council's intention in approving the MDP that they wanted to try and control subdivisions like this. And in my closing comments, I'll talk about the MDP, and I'll talk about the Eden Park Area Structure Plan, which is also relevant because it applies to this subdivision. So the Eden Park Area Structure Plan was an original version, and then it was amended in 2007, and that's in the material. And it has a lot of very relevant directions. And of course, you as a Subdivision Development Appeal Board under Section 687, Sub 3, Sub A.2, you are bound to comply with any applicable statutory plan. So to the extent that the MDP and the ASP, the Eden Park ASP, speak to this community and to the development in it, that will be relevant to your ultimate decision on this appeal. I brought a small portion of the book on planning law in Alberta by Fred Laux, the late Fred Laux, and Gwendolyn Stewart Palmer. And I have a copy, but it's fairly well known, but I think it's a good statement that I wanted to make at the outset. And it comes from page 6-8 of that textbook on planning. And it's the 2019 version. It's the most current version. And Gwendolyn Stewart Palmer is a well-known provincial lawyer who continues to maintain that text. And she talks about the difference between permitted use and discretionary use, and how this board is charged with discretion, which of course is articulated in the land use bylaw. But what Gwendolyn Stewart Palmer and Professor Laux said was that council makes decisions and says some uses are permitted, and that should be instances where council judged when they adopted the bylaw of being unquestionably appropriate. But when they're not unquestionably appropriate, they're labeled discretionary. And I think the important element for this appeal is that, and this is a quote from the text, it says, accordingly, in discretionary applications, it's appropriate that the development authority be in a position in its discretion, and that discretion now is with you, to permit or refuse a use, depending on whether it meets the test of reasonable compatibility, given the circumstances. So very fact dependent. What you'll be hearing today and seeing in evidence will very much trigger your decision. This is, they went on to say that this is accomplished in part by placing the use under the list of discretionary uses for the district, in this case, country residential. And I think this is an important statement. Since an applicant for discretionary use permit is not entitled as of right to the permit, even though the proposed development conforms to all the development standards of the bylaw, it's implicit that where a permit is granted, the power of the development authority to impose conditions is likely much broader than in the case of a permitted use permit. So the development authority reviewed this application. They took all of the information that was filed. They reviewed it in the context of the land use bylaw and applied the discretionary filter when they came to their conclusion to approve this application. And I did highlight it in the materials, but I'm just going to pull it up for my reference. On page 340 of the material is an excerpt from Land Use Bylaw 60-214. And it says, section 5.5.1, Development Authority may approve a discretionary use provided it can be demonstrated by information provided by the applicant that the proposed development A is consistent with the MDP, an applicable area structure plan or area redevelopment plan and policies adopted by the county. B is compatible with the general purpose of the district. And then there are additional comments on that page. Carrying on to the next page, E is compatible with surrounding areas in terms of land use, including use, function, enjoyment, and value of the adjacent lots. Very much the test that you often consider in variances or relaxations when you look to the use, enjoyment, or value of neighboring properties. That is included in the land use bylaw here. Then at H, any potential adverse effect can be adequately mitigated by conditions. In considering adverse effect or nuisance factor, section 552 states that the development authority, which means in this case the appeal board, may consider A, the expected magnitude and consequence of the effect or nuisance, B, the expected extent, frequency, and duration of exposure to the effect or nuisance, C, the use and sensitivity of adjacent or nearby sites relative to the effect or nuisance, D is environmental. I don't think it's directly relevant here. E, the reliability and record of the proposed methods, equipment, and techniques in controlling or mitigating detrimental effects or nuisances. So this board will be applying those sections of the land use bylaw in examining this appeal and the approval. I did look at the setback requirements for the district, country residential. That's section 13.1 of the bylaw. The section I was interested in is on page 345 of the material. It's not entirely clear to me, but there are two front setback requirements. Now, the bylaw interprets front setback as being the narrowest portion of the parcel. And on the buy's parcel, their front will be the portion of their parcel facing the cul-de-sac, so facing my clients. That's the front. The setback could be one of two. I think it's 4. So when I look at 13.1.7.3, front yard setback, 3 says 48 meters from the center line of a municipal road. And the road, the cul-de-sac is a municipal road, in my opinion, by plain language. But the next section, 4, says 15 meters from the right-of-way of an internal subdivision road. And internal subdivision road is a defined term in the land use bylaw, and it seems to be attributable or applicable to any road inside of a subdivision. We know this is a subdivision. I've pointed out the subdivision plan from 2000. So I believe it's likely the 15 meters, even though either one could apply. It seems to be that the intention and the degree of the specific reference to internal subdivision road, I believe the 15 meters applies. So the setback, I believe, is correct. What's really the issue for my clients is the location and the visibility. So because, and maybe it might be helpful to look at a site plan in the proposal, the best picture might be 196. And by the way, I think the boundary shown here may actually be smaller than the actual legal boundary. So it's possible that this solar array is in fact greater than 50 feet, but this is what the applicant submitted. So you can see the location of the solar panel array in the southeast corner of the buys parcel. It's a significant parcel, and based on the measurements in the materials, it's close to 1,800 square feet. And that is, it's a big installation. That's the size of a small house in terms of its footprint. It's very similar in some respects to the size of the buys house that's just to the west. The property slopes somewhat down to the east towards the cul-de-sac, making it very visible to my clients. There is no screening on the site. There's no landscaping other than the landscaping is confined to the area immediately to the east of the home. And while there's a looping road there and the applicants could speak to it, it looks like their main access is from the west, and the east elevation of the home doesn't have a lot of windows. And to the extent it has windows, they're very much screened by the existing vegetation. So this location for the applicant is the best location for them. It's out of sight, out of mind. It's down a slope. They don't need to see it. One of our recommendations to the board, first of all, we'd like not to see this. So that would be our first request, is to support the appeal, overturn the decision of the authority, and that means no solar array. If the board, after hearing the evidence and argument, doesn't agree, my client's second position would be to see this relocated either to the roof, which apparently does not need a permit, or to the west side of the parcel, where it would be less obtrusive to my clients. And the final option, I guess the fourth option, would be, if it's allowed to be where it is, to require as a condition of the approval that there be a very clearly defined evergreen screening boundary that would be available. And I didn't submit it in the material, but with the indulgence of the board, I can provide a copy to my friend acting for the buys. And I have a picture of from the Novo Renewables website of what they have on their website as a good example of a country residential section installation. And I think it's important that the board see this. So I didn't submit it in time, but this board is the master of its procedure, and I'm asking if I may submit it now.
You could pass it to the clerk and she'd get us copies.
Mr. Chairman, I'm simply asking that it be considered to be part of the evidence. And I brought it in as an example of location on the applicant's consultant's website showing how one of these solar arrays, which looks to be smaller than the proposed, can be effectively screened by the use of evergreen trees around the perimeter. So that's really all we're providing it to the board for. So 4 choices: 1, turn it down, support the appeal; 2, relocate to the roof and or the west side of the parcel, and finally, if it's allowed to remain, to screen it visually from the residence on the line to the east. And my clients will have some more to comment about screening. The applicant has provided material in the appeal package suggesting that they have difficulty relocating this solar array because of conflicts with the existing geothermal and also with the septic. And they put some plans in the material, but I can't determine from what was submitted where those are. And so that'll be a question that I would encourage the board to examine of the applicant when they make their presentation. I think I've laid out our case and our appeal and what we're seeking. And what I would do now is call my clients forward to in turn talk about how they're affected by this proposal, and they can provide their own subjective position. And then once my clients have concluded, so it would be Mark and Shannon Carfan speaking first about their lot, which is just to the southeast. And then their daughter Hala is here as agent for Yolanda Zong, and she has a prepared statement to present. And then Yolanda Zong and her son Leo are online to the extent that they wish to make any comments. And then I would wrap things up by just reviewing the details of the area structure plan and municipal development plan. And I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I should have asked, do you prefer to ask questions at the conclusion of the group?
At this time, the board will have the I'll give the board opportunity to ask questions if they have any of you. Since we're covering a lot of material here, it's easier to do it that way. So board members, do you have any questions at this time? No, so we can move on to whomever of the next group.
Thank you.
Who is going to speak for that?
I believe Mr. Mark Carfan is going to be the first presenter.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Chair, Board. My name is Mark Carfan. I'm the owner of the Block 3, Lot 10, located southeast of the proposed solar construction. My statement is on page 309, 310. We built our family home 14 years ago. We chose this location for its country residential lifestyle. When moving to Eden Park, we're aware of the conditions and the property's building bylaws. All of our neighborhood houses were built and landscaped. We understood and added building greenhouses, sheds, had to comply with the set of regulations of the neighborhood. The proposed structure is over 1,700 square feet and almost 12 feet high. This structure is quite distracting when you drive by anything. As you drive by the highway of the other side, it's quite a huge structure that's massive, but it's quite distracting as well when you're driving. This would be the same purpose as my home, coming to my home or leaving my home every day. We see the structure from our second story and our main entry coming in of our home. Driving it out every day, we'll be seeing the structure affecting me daily, my family, conversation that will continue to be same conversation you know, about a structure that, why is it there? From our family, friends, our children, their friends, their colleagues. We would drive by it many times a day. It's viewed, there's a video showing going out of our home and coming into our home. Also on page 314, there's a photo demonstrating leaving our home, seeing the proposed structure built on the property of view photos 313, 314, and 337 photos taken during the fall displaying our property easily. This shows out of the 8 months of the year that when there's no leaves, that's more visible of the structure that will affect our household. We support a solar structure that can be utilized on the roof and off bounds with the property on the west side, not interfering with the septic or geothermal, which is not really identified on the property of the structured area. We raise our 4 children here, continue to enjoy the property year round, invested heavily in landscape, tree planting, the outdoor family activities, all the amenities we have built, beach court, sport courts, winter skating. This home was built for our family to enjoy all year round. We enjoy walks, bike riding in our community. The proposed solar structure will significantly impact our daily visibility and conversations around our home. We believe the impact on the neighborhood residents' views and enjoyment from the property was not adequately considered. Respectfully request the board to overturn the approval and development permit 26D075. Thank you.
You want to, through the chair, Mr. Carfan's finished his presentation, but we have 2 videos and they're short, probably 15 seconds each, 20 seconds. And the clerk has those available, and perhaps Mr. Carfan can speak to those videos as they're shown on the projector.
Go ahead.
Just take me a couple seconds.
This is where the
So this is leaving our home.
off, honey.
There.
Slower.
We're leaving our home.
This is coming out of our
proposed
house.
Structures to the left
This
there.
is where the
white fence area.
solar panels would be, so we drive right here every day. And this is our street.
This is leaving our home.
That's it.
That's a
And
proposed
this is
section.
as we drive just out of our house.
Their home is quite all tree that will not see their structure.
And through the chair, the second video is coming into the community, going by the subject site on the right, and then turning the corner and heading south in the cul-de-sac, and it'll give a better perspective of the subject site.
Yes, and so this video is coming from the highway down to our home. Advise the resident of the solar structure is right to my right there.
Solar panel will be located right on this middle of this lot.
We'll come to obviously the stop sign before we turn right.
Our street. And this is where the solar panel would be located to the right.
They did.
Right here in the middle.
You gotta take it later. But again, this is a visual very daily. You will see as you come in and out of the home.
We drive right here, and this is our house and our gateway. And we drive right into.
That's our home entry. She'll show again the proposed area.
Right there. So it's about 40 feet.
to state and they have
Yeah.
questions.
Okay.
I think what we'll do is we'll go through this group and then we'll open it up to questions to the board.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Presenting next is Ms. Shannon Carfan.
Good afternoon, board and chair. My name is Dr. Shannon Williams Carfan, and I am the wife of Mark. And I agree with all the statements that he just stated, as well as the ones that he missed in his presentation. Mr. Bai stopped by our house a weekend morning a few months back, presenting an agreement on his proposal for the solar panel. I was straight away ready to sign. He's our neighbor, and I support, our neighbor's ventures. Was my first instinct. And then my husband asked a few more questions, and he heard about the size, and he said that we just wanted to think on it for a little bit. So we did not sign that day the application that Mr. Bai presented us. Today I'm going to speak about regarding the neighbor signatures. There are 3 of us that are directly impacted by this structure. 2 of us have appealed, and the third party to the south is a rented property, and they are not as attached to the property since it is a rental property. And the owners of this property have not been contacted with a proposal. The signatures acquired from properties listed 1, 2, and 5 on page 290. They're directly not impacted as their houses are located north to the structure across the street. And this is not on the same grade as the property. It is on a downslope. So none of these properties that have supported this structure have any visual unless they were up driving down our road. Home number 4 that complied and signed on page 290, they are directly on the west side and would never see the structure unless they drove onto our street. I went out the other night and spoke with the 3 neighbors to the north, and they were all surprised at the size of the structure. In the winter time, we have a photo from some just being out in the yard because we're out in the yard all the time with our children. And we have a fall photo that's taken on page 337 that's taken during the fall, and it displays direct visual of their property as there's not leaves, 8 months of the year in our climate. So it's easily seen throughout the year on our property. I am disheartened as I'm raising my family here and would never have envisioned this in our neighborhood. I hope the board considers this neighborhood and sees the structure does not fit into the land bylaw as it presents a commercial industrial structure, not residential. It's being a standalone. That's big as a house. Thank you. Speak.
And our last presenter from the Carfan family is Hala, and she's representing the neighbors Yolanda and Leo Zong.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Can you all hear me? Okay, like this. Thank you.
I'll pull this a little closer here.
Thank you. Is that better? Okay. Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Hala Carfan, and I'm the daughter of Mark and Shannon Carfan, and I currently live with them on the property. I have the honor and authorization of representing our neighbor Yolanda in person here today. In reference to Yolanda's appeal, she emphasized her family's love for this rural community, citing its vast natural landscapes and beautiful views that come with this space. I personally would like to say how lucky we are as a community to enjoy these scenic surroundings. Rural landscapes of this nature are becoming more and more rare as Calgary continues to develop into this space. The opportunity to experience these views is one of the defining characteristics of this area, and Yolanda touches on this in her appeal. As demonstrated in the photographs Yolanda has provided on pages 317 and 318, it is evident that her views will be severely impacted by this installation. Also, please keep in mind these photos were captured during the summer months when there are leaves on the trees providing some screening. However, given our long winter season when there are no leaves on the trees, the solar panels would be even more visible from her property, thus creating a greater visual impact for a significant portion of this year. As a closing statement, I would like to corroborate with Yolanda's sentiments as well as my parents. I've developed a deep appreciation for the rural community and the land and the natural beauty of our surroundings. At a time when our landscapes are becoming increasingly industrialized, I believe it is important that we preserve and protect this unique rural character and the scenic views that makes this area so special. Thank you.
And through the chair, I believe Yolanda Zong and or her son Leo may be online, and it would be appropriate now if they had anything further for them to add to request that opportunity.
Sure.
Good afternoon, the chair and board, and thank you so much for this opportunity to speak. My family and I moved here about 5 years ago from Saskatoon, and we chose this community for a very specific reason. We were looking for a place that offered a peaceful rural lifestyle with open views, natural surrounding, and a sense of place that is becoming interestingly rare. What attracted us wasn't just the house itself. It was the character and the entire community. Our property is surrounded by mature trees, garden, open green space, and beautiful countryside. From our windows, our front entrance, and our deck, we enjoy our expansive views in every direction. That scenery is something we experience every day, and that has become part of us. And it plays a huge role in our decision to invest in this property. I want to be clear that we are not opposed to solar energy. We understand and support the desire to generate renewable energy. However, our concern is not the use of solar panels. It is the proposed location of this particular array. The proposed installation is approximately 1,800 square feet and would be placed on land that already sits at a higher elevation than our property. Because there is currently little vegetation to screen it, the array would become dominant feature in our western view, replacing the open rural landscape that we value with a large, highly visible utility-style installation. In our view, that is inconsistent with the rural residential character of this beloved community. Instead of looking out over open countryside, we will be looking at a large solar array that fundamentally changes the experience that we have with our property. And I value the time that the chair has given us, and I would appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Just before we go to questions, on this photo, in my book, it's 293, which is slightly different. It's got numbers on it relating to the table across from it.
If I may, Mr. Chair, then it should be 290. It's looking like we're 3 pages.
Yes, I believe that's evidence submitted by the applicant, and they'll be able to speak to its intent.
Well, no, there's no intent. It's just to identify the speakers we've had. Which number are they on there?
If you'll allow me, it's turned the wrong way on my version, but the subject site, number 7 is the Zong residence, and number 6 is the Carfan residence. I think
Yep, that's good.
That's probably what you're looking for.
Yep, that's it. Just know where everybody is. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Those were, unless Mrs. Zong Yolanda wants to speak, and I'm not sure that she does. I think her son was presenting on the family's behalf. That would be it from our side as far as presentations. And then I have a closing on the very exciting legal stuff.
So why don't we go to questions from the board? And there will be an opportunity for closing comments and you can jump in at that time.
Yeah, thank you.
Board members, do you have any questions of the group that just spoke? Good. So next on my list of speakers is John and Catherine Bai.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I just am a little confused. I was, as part of our presentation, I was going to finish with the references to the MDP and the area structure plan, and that would be the conclusion. I understand then my friend would represent the buys and they can give evidence, and then I would have an opportunity for rebuttal if there was anything new. Is that not what you'd like to do?
No, I just assume that we do go through all the closing because we end up with back and forth if we do some and then later. So that's why I would like to move on to the, and
If I may, Mr. Chair, if I may just clarify to make sure that both parties are hearing things the same way, that you still have some legal presentations as part of your initial presentation.
Yes, I'm very aware of not trying to waste the board's time. And I wanted to do a summary at the beginning, get our evidence in, and then summarize the statutory plan information, which is the MDP and the area structure plan, because they both have some very relevant portions that apply to this this site. And I can do it in a concluding comment if I'm given that opportunity. I have no trouble with that. Just as long as I have an opportunity to go through that legislation.
Board have a preference?
For the ease of the board, I would consent to this process. I think it's appropriate that the appellant not only provide their legal evidence, so the actual facts on the ground and what their subjective perception is, but also their legal argument, which then I can speak to in reply. So I'm comfortable with the process. I think it's appropriate. If we do, it is late in the day. So if we do need to take 5 minutes after his, or now or after his legal presentation, I'm more than comfortable to do that as well. We got started a little bit late, but this is, I understand where my friend is at in his presentation and I have no objection.
Go ahead.
Thanks to my friend, Mr. Kelly, for his indulgence. So I would like to wrap up the legal information. It's in the material and it starts at page 363 in the municipal development plan. And I wanted to make sure that we at least touched on these statutory plans because they are applicable and in our submission, and the board will need to consider how they apply in the course of this matter. The plan itself is fairly extensive. I didn't include all of it. There's just excerpts, but I believe they're the relevant excerpts. On page 364, the plan refers to country residential, and it talks about traditional acreage lots being in the country residential classification. And if you want to flip further to page 366, the objectives of the residential are as follows, and I highlight several of them. Firstly, 1.2, to maintain a rural character and open space environment. Number 2, manage residential development through adopting strategic and statutory plans and other means which provide reasonable assurance to landowners of the intended future development pattern in the MD. And that's a very important section because that will lead into the Eden Park Area Structure Plan, which is contemplated by this statement. Then 5, consider the development of new planned neighborhoods where the location and infrastructure can support increased intensity of use, such as secondary suites or major home-based businesses. 6, encourage the development of attractive residential environments. 8, implement development controls in order to ensure that all aspects of developments proceed as intended. On the next page, once those are the objectives of the plan, the policy or how it's going to be delivered is discussed. In number 2, it states the MD before county shall require the preparation of an area structure plan or other plan for residential development in accordance with guidelines found in Appendix C, which is a general planning framework. 3, proposals for residential parcels should be developed to be compatible with the surrounding area and existing land uses. Consideration will be given to the density, design, traffic, and visual impact of the proposal on the adjacent lands. Proposals shall be considered on the following criteria, and I'm not going to highlight them all, but 3.2, guidance found within the MDP and other documents such as listed in Appendix A, which in our submission would include the Eden Park Area Structure Plan. Suitability of the land for residential uses, 3.4. And finally, 3.7, the cumulative effects of the development, looking at the overall site. And that's frankly why we're here today, because as you make an application, you changed the potential impact of that site and that development on the neighboring properties. Then I flip forward to page 369, where policy 13 states all residential parcels and roads should be designed and developed such that there is minimal visual impact on adjoining properties and roadways and that the natural features of the site are retained. So it's our submission that that's a statement from council on a very high level, but suggesting that visual impact on adjoining properties is a very significant planning feature in the MDP, which you have to consider in your decision. I then flip to the Eden Park Estates Area Structure Plan. The part I included is the May 2007 amendment, which is bylaw 53-2007. And if you go forward, you'll see at page 373 that has incorporated into it a restrictive covenant template. And it's our submission that the restrictive covenant that was registered on all these lots to try and introduce some architectural and other controls for development, that's relevant. Now, normally, my friend will have some comments on this. Normally, restrictive covenants are not before you. It's a civil matter that's an enforcement issue between neighbors. If a covenant's not being complied with, if it says you have to have an asphalt roof and you put on a wood one, your neighbor can take you to court and say you have to comply. I'm not here today asking for that, but this is a very unique situation where the restrictive covenant principles were adopted by council into the area structure plan. And you'll see as I go through this that the area structure plan says that there will be restrictive covenant incorporated. Now, I know it says they want it registered, that's the intent, but it's also referenced in the ASP. That is very interesting because it brings those principles into this forum, and they must be considered. And the principles in the restrictive covenant in our submission are applicable. So to the extent the covenant provides some guidance on the intention of what this community is supposed to be and whether a solar array fits within that intention, that's our position, is that it does not. So continuing into the area structure plan, page 374, the mission statement says that it's intended to provide long-term vision and development framework, serving as a guide to appropriate forms of future land use and development within the plan area. So this is our guide on how this community is supposed to be developed going forward. It talks about some of the history, and there's a map. It shows the site location. That is this subdivision that I presented to you earlier. You can see in the middle, just under the name De Winton, there is the site location. In 1.2, talks about design considerations, and sub C, it says consideration was given to the MDP policy, specifically policies dealing with country residential development and ASP preparation, which I just went through. And then in E, and I think this one's very important, it says, in order to preserve certain aesthetic attributes of the area, design guidelines are suggested and can be implemented by means of a restrictive covenant registered on title when the property is formally subdivided. So I think it's important that we at least understand what those design guidelines must have been, because that was considered to be an important aspect of the ASP. On page 377, on the purpose of the plan, again, it talks about this being proper long-term planning, and continues and talks about the continued focus on the importance of planning the entire parcel in a complementary fashion to the surrounding land uses. So compatibility in complementary fashion, and those aesthetic matters, those are planning matters. And frankly, those are matters that directly touch into why you might not consider this to be an appropriate development as a discretionary use. Additional plan goals which are applicable in 3.1 on page 378, it talks about a goal B, establish a high quality residential area to harmonize development with natural and built environment. And C, to maintain the, or E, maintain the functional and visual integrity within and outside the plan area. Again, touching on visual integrity and functional integrity in the plan. Land use policy, page 380, talks about compatibility with the natural environment. In other words, trying to keep the area looking as natural and conforming as much as one can in a 5-acre subdivision community, as much as you can keep the natural context. This plan seems, it does speak to it. And then it goes on page 381, sub C, it says residential lots shall support single-family dwellings only. Uses on residential lots shall comply with the restrictive covenant registered on title, copied here in Appendix A. So again, unusual, but this area structure plan actually brings the characteristics of the restrictive covenant into the area structure plan. And so I will conclude by saying you have the restrictive covenant in the materials before you. It starts at page 329. It focuses on the properties being developed for one family home only. And it has very clear guidelines stating that if you're going to build anything on the site, it should be compatible architecturally. It should have the same style and exterior finish as the dwelling house, and it shouldn't exceed 300 square feet. So that was for garden sheds and greenhouses. And while there's no wording in here about a solar array, this was registered in the year 2001. I don't think we were really had very good solar arrays at the time. It wasn't contemplated, but I would ask that the board consider the context and the intention, both the area structure plan and the covenant, to create a community that did not have a quasi-industrial look or nature, that was compatible with its surroundings, and that if it was going to have developments on it, that they conformed to the existing building. And so, again, on paragraph 10, There talks about architectural compatibility, not having heavy equipment or tractor trailers on the site. We submit that those are all elements that speak to the general nature of this community. It's our submission that the solar array is large. It's about 1,800 square feet. It's industrial looking. It sits up high. It's on a portion of the BI's parcel that slopes down to the east. It's highly visual to my clients who have an immediate direct line of sight, which is only partially screened in the summer months by some of the existing columnar deciduous trees. And frankly, it's not really our job to try and fix this issue. The question is here today before the appeal board to say, what can the applicant do to make this a more compatible outcome? And so I conclude by saying we would prefer that the decision to approve be overturned, but in the outcome that the board decides that this is an appropriate additional discretionary use, that the board consider either conditioning this to require that the plans be amended to locate the array on the roof, or partially on the roof and on the west side of the site, or entirely on the west side of the site. Or finally, if it's not to be moved, then that it be screened sufficiently by a mix of either berm and evergreen so that it provides a very good and consistent screening, much like the picture that I provided to the board a short while ago. Thank you very much for your interest in the appeal in this matter, and we're available for any additional questions that the board has.
Board have any questions at this time? Okay.
My turn?
Mr. Kelly, I think you're taking on the show right now, so it's up to you. Are you calling people, or are you doing all the speaking? Or
I was going to do all the speaking.
Sounds good to me.
And I hope to not belabor anything. And if there are any questions or any interjections, please don't hesitate. I think that as questions arise, if you do have them, it's better that we address them at the time. So please don't hesitate to interrupt. So as stated, my name is Liam Kelly from the law firm Whitten. I represent Catherine and John Howard By, who are obviously residents in Eden Park Estates. The subject parcel is 4.57 acres. That's approximately 196,000 square feet. Just to give some context to the land. So while there's a lot of discussion about a 1,744 square foot solar array, it's 1%, less than 1% of the BI's total square footage for their acreage. The Eden Park Estates was developed in 2001. The surrounding area is largely country residential and agricultural. There are lots in the area that are significantly larger, that have animals, that have agriculture. And it was developed commencing in 2001. What's fascinating is their house was built in 2006. And the developer who built the house, the owners, they were early adopters of geothermal heating and cooling. And geothermal heating and cooling uses a series of pumps to go deep into the ground to move fluid to cool using the Earth's natural cooling and heating. It's unfortunate that it's run through electricity. And the BI's electricity bill is between $700 and $1,000 a month. It's significant. It's not an efficient way, frankly, in modern utilities to utilize our natural resources. It's very electricity dependent. The solar system is sized very specifically for their needs. It is 107% of their needs, which accounts for fluctuations and degradation over time. And it is solely for the offset of their consumption. It fits into the definition of a personal solar system in the land use bylaw. Private, excuse me. A lot of discussion has been given on the look, and really what this is going to come down to is a balancing between whether or not the visual impact weighs in favor or against the electrical consumption offset that the buys have, a significant and palpable and meaningful cost that they will be able to offset with this system compared to what appears to be a conversation and a visual impact. We aren't talking about a solar farm. I drove down the road on the way here. I saw the solar farm. We all know what the solar farm looks like. This is not a solar farm. This is one array. And the narrow end of the array faces the cul-de-sac. At 11'9", that's the equivalent of an 8x8 shed with a 612 roof. That's all we're talking about from the narrow edge. We're talking about the visual impact and its compatibility. I drove down the cul-de-sac on Eden Parkway, and I am going to get to pictures because they help. It took me 7 seconds to go from the corner, and I did stop, to the car fence. 7 seconds. That's what we're talking about here, is an impact of 7 seconds. I'm going to go through the photos and we're going to talk about what they can actually see. But before we do that, I think it's important that we recognize that there are no other impacts that are being complained about. So I'm going to give a little story, and I hope you can give me a moment. I own a cabin north of Hinton in the foothills of the Wilmore Wilderness area. My mother-in-law uses a CPAP machine. And when we bought the property, there's 52 lots in this little subdivision. It's a recreational property. She needed to run her generator all night in order to hear her CPAP machine, or in order to run her CPAP machine. And the noise was really significant. Nobody wants to hear a generator running all night. It's a bad way to do things. So I went out and got a solar system. I was lucky it was used. And I can tell you, it feels like magic. It's absolutely silent. It requires zero maintenance. It just works. It's incredible. And what we don't have are complaints about noise. What we don't have are complaints about congestion or pollution. Okay? And meaningfully, there's no issue on value. There's no evidence before you today that this is going to affect the value of the neighboring parcels, because in fact, solar increases the value of parcels. It is good for subdivision and development. Ultimately, what this is going to come down to is a balancing. And yes, this is a solar array. There's not much you can do to a solar array to make it look like it belongs in Canmore, except that it belongs in Canmore because they're all using it in Canmore. This is coming. It's an agricultural use. As you can see in our submissions, there's a letter from Nouveau Renewables, and they are installing these all over Alberta on rural lands because it's fundamentally consistent and compatible with the rural character of Albertans being self-sufficient, being efficient with their resources, and the minor impact that this is going to have on the neighbors as they drive in and out, we submit is not significant enough for you to overturn this development permit and grant the appeal. If I may, Madam Clerk, if you could please turn to what is on our system, page 296. So this is the view from the Bai's house at the approximate edge of where the solar array is going to be looking at the car fence. You can't see anything. Neither can they. If you can just keep going down next page, please. This is also the Carfans, I believe. Keep going down. And this would be the Zhongs. Looking at the Zhongs. If you could go to page 313, please. Sorry, that's 317, I believe. Go the other way, please. Sorry. Yeah. So this is from the Zhang's driveway. This is going to look directly at the narrow end of the property, of the solar system while they drive out. So I think it's important that we recognize that it's while they drive out of the property. The other way, meaning going to the earlier photos. Sorry. Keep going. Keep going. Is there one higher? Is there a photo higher? Keep going. 313. Keep going. Oh, maybe. Oh, we're good. So again, this is the image from the Carfans. I don't know about you, but I don't hang out in my driveway. It's not a fun place. The Carfans have a hockey rink on the back side of their property. You can see it in the Google image. So I don't even think they're playing ball hockey here. The 318, excuse me, which is the one with the subdivision. So the trees that you're seeing will completely obliterate the solar system. It's actually going to be behind those trees. So it's properly screened already. And this is on the Zhang's second floor balcony. So this isn't their deck. This isn't their kitchen window. This is the second floor balcony off the master bedroom, I expect. So this is way high up looking down. And you can't even see it because of the trees. It's already screened. Next page, please. 315. Interesting that they would take this picture because where the solar array is actually off of this page to the left. It's not even going to be visible in this view. It will be visible from the public road. There's no doubt, but it won't be visible in such a way that it has a significant impact on anyone. There's no noise. It's a structure. That's all it is. It's completely silent. The panels are black on the back. They're black on the front. It looks like a solar system. So with respect to my friend's comments on the restrictive covenant, curiously, I received a decision on Monday from the Court of Appeal that I argued that said restrictive covenants are private and they are not considered by the Development Authority or the board when making a decision in relation to enforcing private contracts. Regardless of whether or not it was incorporated into the MDP or the ASP, which we suggest it's not, it's a draft and it's not the purpose, your task is the same. Is the visual impact on the neighbors so significant that it outweighs the benefit, the private right benefit to the buys? Because the job of an SDAB is balancing the private rights of individuals with the public interest. We can also advise that our understanding is there are no other significant geothermal heated residents in this area. There may be one. So it's not like this is going to be a slippery slope for significant consumption uses. This is an exception, and it's a rare exception. With respect to screening, while I understand that is an option, and my clients are not opposed to it, the concern my clients have is it will obliterate any view potentially with a very tall tree. Now, I would suggest that that view is already impeded by their own landscaping. So we're only concerned that it might cut off their nose to spite their face, but if that's the conditions that this board feels is appropriate, that's fine. What's most interesting to me is how small this thing is from a distance. So everybody has a cell phone, and we can see that's a huge building. For screening, a 4-inch object held up in front of my eye, the building's gone for me. It doesn't exist. All I can see is my phone. Given the level of screening that already exists on both the Carfen and Zhang lots, there is significant screening, both in the summer and in the winter, that this is a very minor visual impact. It is compatible with the land use by virtue of it being a discretionary use. The discretionary use here is we don't want people putting these in without some oversight, certainly at this height, or I should say at this volume, because people get electrocuted. It has to be done professionally. There is a professional contractor. The siting in particular is important. The geothermal and the septic, and I've submitted it in my brief, I don't need to belabor it, is to the west. And there is not room to move this to the west. It's simply not available. They would if they could. It's not available to move to the roof because you don't get the right amount of sunlight on the roof. Okay. And to split it up, you're going to have even greater impact on the community. It does not seem like a wise decision. With respect to the property to the south, it is not a rental. It is a corporately owned property, and they do have the consent of the owner represented to be the owner. That is the party who is most directly affected, and that would be number 3, I believe. I'll double check my map. Yeah, that would be number 3 on the map you identified. And this is in my brief, the neighbor consent forms. Do you have the page there? It's okay. $290. Yeah, so on page 290, you can see this would be the neighbor who would be most directly affected by the solar array. I don't know if you can scroll down a little and flip that. The other way. And one more time. There we go. So remember, the array's white, not the big black blob. The black blob is the private information. So it doesn't look like it's that big. But the neighbor directly to the south, who the array will face, has consented to the solar system, as have the other neighbors identified. And I believe number 5 should actually be 1 lot north. And you can see on this overhead, number 6 is the Carfons. You can see that on their recreational area is largely to the north and to the back, which has a slope to the back, and is not. That's where their beach volleyball and I expect hockey rinks are. It's not looking at the buy's property. So again, we're talking about whether or not we can balance a significant offset, $12,000 a year, to a 7-second drive in and out a couple of times a day, or a conversation that people might have had about a solar system. With respect, our submission is that the balance favors the buys. So subject to any questions, those are our submissions.
Board members, any questions? Mr. McDonald?
Through the board, or through the chair, We've seen these photos with a white fence. Is the white fence generally the property line of the buys?
No, it's set back from the property line. So it appears to be set back from the property line by, I mean, it's 50 feet from the fence. It looks to be about 100 feet from the center of the cul-de-sac, if I can.
Okay. And that's what I was trying to get at, was where's the 15 meter versus
It's way beyond the 15 meters. Well beyond the 15. It's not even a conversation, the 15 meters.
Okay.
Yeah. That's satisfied. So what I would suggest is it probably doubled or more than doubled.
Okay. And you've looked at moving it, but there's some underground septic and geothermal.
And
So
it's
moving's not,
it's
from your
unfortunately
perspective, an option here.
it's not viable. They would love to, but they can't because of the pre-existing deep services and ground services. And if they pop a hole in a geothermal unit, it's very bad.
Right.
Right.
And the meter, I saw one of the photos had a pole and then everything looks like it's underground.
Correct.
Is the meter at the pole or at the home?
I believe it's at the home.
Okay.
There's micro, it converts it from DC to micro inverters, but
Right.
they're silent.
Yeah, no, I'm familiar with it. I was just trying to figure out.
And it all goes underground. This is actually going to be wired underground. They're going to do directional drilling. This is a professional installation. This is not haphazard by any stretch.
Okay.
Okay. This is not an inexpensive unit, to put it lightly.
Oh, I bet.
But it's worthwhile given the electrical consumption of this particular property.
Sure.
Yeah.
That's all I have.
Says please.
Thank you to the chair. I have a few questions. I wanted to follow up with a question that was brought up earlier by one of my other boards, and that was page, I think it may be 200, but in my book it's 202. It's from Nouveau Renewables. And it clearly has the client's name, and it shows a diagram of the installation being 21.8 feet and 15.4. So could you clarify, because I can't find anywhere else in here where it's showing these other figures.
I can clarify. So it's not 15 feet off the ground at the front. So I have the representative from Nouveau Renewables who is registered to speak, and he can speak to that. It is 2 feet off the front of the ground. This is an error. He does not know how this got put in, because 15 feet off the ground on the front would be ridiculous.
Well,
it just makes no sense. This is the point. So the submission is it's 11.9 feet at its tallest. That's the evidence that should be put forward, and that was the application. I think the Development Authority can also confirm that. That would be conditioned in the permit.
Okay. You also referred to agricultural use, that these are, widely used, but agricultural is 21 acres and over in Foothills County?
So agricultural is a permitted use on this parcel in country residential. And when I say agricultural use, so it is. Yeah. When I say agricultural uses, there's on a 10-acre parcel, you can have horses. That's an agricultural use. You can have a barn. You can have impact. And in fact, driving around in that area today, there's a lot of, and I'm going to put this politely, unsightly buildings and accessory buildings that have not been maintained, that in my submission have a significantly greater visual, takeaway from the area.
Thanks. I was just trying to confirm what you were referring to as agricultural use. And it also is 140% of their needs. So could this be configured smaller to be?
It's 107% of their needs.
107.
Yes.
I thought I heard 147. Yep. Okay. And is there any, maybe the Nouveau Renewables rep can say, can this not be configured in any other fashion?
Not reasonably.
Not in 2x2 rows.
Well, I don't think that would diminish the impact. In fact, I think that would exacerbate the impact, because then you have more width than length. Having it long and narrow actually diminishes the impact. And there's a knoll on the buy's property where this is kind of in the lower part of the knoll. So you can't see it from 262, right? Because of the knoll. So really, there is a very significant diminishment in terms of its impact in its current location. They really did think about this. I mean, the Buys went to every neighbor and knocked on every door. It's not like they took this lightly. And they have a professional consultant. They're doing this using a professional. Again, if 6 trees are going to make the neighbors happy, they can do that. I'm not convinced it's going to make the neighbors happy. And it's 7 seconds of their life a few times a day.
Thanks for your answers.
Ms. Reed?
Thank you, through the chair. Just a point of clarification. In my package on page 201, I am reading of the diagram provided, so your package might be 204. The surface area is 112.8 feet by 15 feet.
15 feet wide.
Correct.
So that may be correct.
That's correct?
That may be correct.
And then those numbers mistakenly got transferred to the side view measurements.
Well, I think it's, yeah, so 112.8 by 15. The challenge is that it's at an angle. So that's the size of the solar panels are 7 feet each, and they're stacked 2. So it's actually 14 feet, but it's at an angle, which is going to limit the width, right? So this is why while I recognize these numbers appear to be all over the place, the numbers in the brief, I think, are accurate. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
And they make sense when.
Yeah. So this would be the surface area from the top angle view likely.
And this is for the purpose of determining how much sun it's going to get, right? I think that was the purpose of that image.
Okay. Thank you.
Further questions?
So thank you. Those are all my submissions. Any, subject to anything that arises new from any questions or rebuttal my friend has.
So any points of clarification to anybody involved in the hearing board? Anybody that's presented have any questions to anybody else that's involved in the hearing? Yes, ma'am. You got to use the microphone, please.
Just had a question for the Nuval company regarding the rainfall that comes off of the structure. Since we have a problem with flooding right there, we've had to install, what is their documentation, like when it drains, where it goes, like down into the lowest surface? Is that what happens? That's what I was just asking them. But I can find out for myself because we have an issue with that whole area there. So I didn't read anything in their documentation about how it drains on the slope that it's presented. Like it has to always be, I'm just asking if it always is on that slope to drain that way.
There'd be no greater water than otherwise, and it's on grass. So,
but like the surface area is not absorbing it all, will go to one area. I just didn't know if that was applicable in there.
It's 80 feet away from the roadway. There's certainly enough ground absorption for any drainage.
Okay, I will bring that up. Thank you.
Further points? So I think we exhausted all the points at this point. So we could go to closing comments now.
Through the chair, my intention would be to not re-argue anything that's been discussed, but simply to touch on some of the points my friend made and just simply respond to some of them. I think he and I have a different perspective or a view of some of the issues. And I think that procedural fairness would allow me an opportunity to respond to just some of the points that he's made.
So are you ready to make your closing comments, or do you trying to say Mr. Kelly would make his closing comments first?
So I think what my friend is asking for is just an opportunity for rebuttal. So he went, then I went. He gets to speak to the things that I spoke about that are new. He doesn't get to start over and give his presentation again.
Yeah, no. So the closing comments should be not introducing anything new at this time. They're closing. So if you're, why don't you go ahead and make
Yeah,
yours?
and I apologize to the board. Every board functions a little differently. So both my friend and I, when we come to these things, we have to respect that you're in charge of the procedure. So you tell us what to do, and we'll do the best we can. So I will respond in a rebuttal or closing to just some of the points my friend made. I hope to be quite brief.
Fine.
So thank you.
If I may, Mr. Chair, could we just suggest a 3 to 5 minute break? If that would be amendable to all parties?
I'm sure it would be.
Some places they call it a bio break, so I'm good.
I've heard comfort break.
You can say that. I can't. We're back. Couple things before I turn it over to you, gentlemen. Mr. Papworth, you're on our speakers list, and I just wanted you to clarify that you did not have a contribution or not.
So Mr. Papworth's contribution is written in the letter that's appended to the brief.
Yep.
He was here to answer any questions, to clarify anything in regard to the solar panels, but does not have the need to make an independent presentation.
Perfect. I've done that. Now, before we get to you guys, don't get too excited about this. Miss Smith, do you have any closing comments?
Thank you. I have no further comments other than what I've provided so far. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Davis, your closing comments, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And my friend, to the extent I bring up anything new, he may have a further comment as well. So I will try to confine it to what I need to speak to that's new. So first of all, I think it's important to remind the board that on page 241, you do have a letter of concern or objection from a Dr. Doran Gersten and Svea Gersten. Unfortunately, and I understand why, for protection of privacy, their address has been blacked out, but it has to be known where they live to see if they're affected. Like if they live a mile away, they're not affected. But if they're one of the folks in the immediate vicinity, then that's relevant and the board should know, and everybody should know that address. So I just wondering if the authority, development authority, can provide the information to confirm what their address is. And I would submit when they write in and they give their address and they're speaking to a planning matter, that they should understand that their address will be public information.
If I may.
I think we can indicate where they live, but we can't tell you the numbers. So, Ms. Smith, if that diagram that we had, even if you can't have a number for him, you can say where he lives.
Certainly. My understanding is that appellant is located in this area here. The highlighted section on the map is the applicant's location, and the individual is here.
And the one that we got the letter from is Dr. Gersten. And did you point that out just now?
Yes, that is the one that I'm pointing. Sorry, I don't know if you can see my cursor here, but yeah. So they would have been within the half-mile circulation area.
Thank you. So have we covered all these things before we're going to get to to the closings? I'm open to suggestions. So
sorry, Mr. Chairman, what was your comment?
I said, have we covered all the things that we want to cover before we do the closing?
I only have rebuttal or closing.
Yeah.
So I think we have.
You can combine them if you don't mind, if you're comfortable with that. Otherwise, I'm happy for you to do it bifurcated.
I'm going to attempt to close and rebut and put it all in one package and try and speed things up. So thank you.
And then I'll be quick. Probably not.
Sorry, I guarantee these are longer when you have two lawyers involved, and we apologize. So if I may proceed, Mr. Chairman, my friend talks about balance, and with all respect, in my opinion, that's not the test. Section 617 of the Municipal Government Act talks about the general nature of planning and the balancing of private rights versus the public interests. That's not what's going on here. This is strictly within the confines of the land use bylaw and the test that I went through somewhat laboriously, but it's in the material about discretion. That's what's before you. And it's not a balancing, it's coming in and saying, when you have a discretionary application, you don't have a right to it. What can we do in terms of looking for planning issues? And if they're overly significant, we can turn it down. You have that ability. You can say, no, this is not where it's proposed. That's not the right spot. There might be another spot, but you're going to have to reapply. I don't know if it's Solomon's question about cutting the baby in half, but here we're trying to find a solution that satisfies their right to get subsidized or cheaper power, and my client's right and expectation to live in a community that they thought would be generally residential in nature. And maybe what my friend is saying is that residential in nature now includes solar arrays. And to the extent that the board agrees with that, then I did offer a potential solution. And that was to have buffering by landscaping. And the good news is that the short end, the narrow end means that there might be less landscaping required to shield that from those two neighbors that I represent. So that as it's described, we have two 7-foot panels. You add them up, that's 14 feet of vertical. You put it on a 45-degree angle. I'm not good on the geometry, but it's going to be about 12 feet vertical, 12 feet on the end. And that should be relatively easily buffered by 5 or 6 trees surrounding. We'd suggest evergreens. Now, to point to my clients and say they have no problems, well, that's looking at these pictures. They've given you evidence in person today saying they can see this whole field. And whatever's going to go in there visually, it's not consistent with the rural nature or even the country residential nature of the community as defined in the municipal development plan and in the area structure plan. Don't disagree with my friend about it's beyond the 15 meters distance. I think the pictures in the materials didn't show the correct property line. So whatever is required, he has more than enough if we accept that the setback is based on the internal subdivision road setback. My friend talked about there being no evidence and value. And with respect, I'm not here today to argue about financial value. Is this property and my client's properties diminished in value by having a solar array beside them? I might suggest they are, but I'm not qualified to make that valuation. I would do it through an appraiser, but that's not normally in planning what's before you. When the test for a variance is, whether or not my clients might be affected or diminished in the use and enjoyment and value of their property, that's different. And there's no relaxations that I'm aware of that are required by this application. It's strictly on the discretionary test that the board's being asked to consider this matter. Driving by in a 7 or 10 second, or it would have been longer if they'd stopped, whatever happened, the visual, that was the way to present it. It was the best way to show where it's going to be. But they've given you evidence. My clients have given evidence about how it affects them visually. And they also, in the materials, are pictures of these deciduous trees. And unfortunately, most of the year, more than half the year, they don't have leaves. So it's a direct line through. There's one evergreen, I think, in one of the pictures that's showing. Could they plant more to help themselves? Yes. But the application is here from the applicant. And they're changing things. So it's their job to come in and say, how are we going to make this fit into the community? And I frankly, I can't accept that you've got evidence before you that it's not possible to move this solar array to the west side. There's pictures and labels saying septic and the geothermal, but there's nothing indicated on those plans. I couldn't see where they're located. I think it's pretty easy to draw a dotted line and say, that's the septic field, but you have no evidence of that before you. So I think it's entirely available. It's not sufficient for my friend to just reach a conclusion and say, oh, they can't do it. You've got no evidence, which could have come in from somebody who's in the septic, business or the geothermal mapping, and they could have hired a surveyor and put all of that on a plan to show where it is and why they can't move it. But you don't have that evidence, frankly. And as to the second story and the uses of my client's buildings, what is inside the building, frankly, is that their west view, which is the most desired view for most of us living anywhere near the foothills in the Rockies, this is where they're looking. And that's their prized view. And they spend time outside. As my friend indicated, my client's kids are out playing. The fact that they're out playing doesn't diminish their situation in terms of the impact that this solar array is going to have visually in their property. I want to thank the board for your time and interest, and I'm sure you might ask us at some point whether we think it's been a fair process, and I'm sure I'll say yes. And at this point, I'm open for questions, and my friend may have further comments. Thank you.
We'll go to Mr. Kelly now for closing comments.
Thank you. This development started in 2001. Solar wasn't really viable in 2001. It didn't speak to it. It's silent as to solar. But as we've seen, it's growing. It's becoming viable. It's financially viable. And it's going to get more and more, in my respectful submission, we're going to see more and more solar because it does make financial sense. With respect to whether or not a solar installation is compatible with this particular area, of course, beauty's in the eye of the beholder. But when we look at the visual impact and that 12-foot narrow, and yes, it's long, but narrow end, it's been cited very specifically and very appropriately. It has very diminished visual impact to the eastern neighbors because it does run along its length, east and west. On page 254 of the package, and that's my version, so I think that would be 257 of your version. This is a satellite image from 2007. And if you're going to trust my friend's client's testimonial evidence more than a picture, I'm going to suggest a picture is better evidence than his testimonial evidence. We can see the ground impacts. And if you need my clients to give the evidence, that is where the geothermal and the septic are located. That was when the house was being developed, and it's very evident where they are. The representations from my clients are that this is the best location for this. Are we there? Yours looks different. Scroll up. Can I drive?
Is this different?
Nope.
Just different? Go up.
It would be, hold on, what page? Where's your pages over here? 1467. You can go into, you can leave, yeah. So go up one, that would be.
It's 257 in our package.
There you go.
There it is.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Just want to make sure that we were all on the.
So with respect to the decision you have to make, I cited at paragraph 14, the Landry case. And there's a paragraph that I excerpted. It's in my brief. It says, even though the issuance of a development permit for a discretionary use is discretionary, the planning authority must have a sound planning reason for refusing a discretionary use. We submit that there are no sound planning reasons relative to the impact or the nuisance relative to the benefit of the private rights. And that is the test. That it is to take into consideration the overall project relative to the nuisance factors. Those are our submissions, subject to any further questions of clarification, of course.
Where we are at this point is that if the board has any points they wish clarified, nothing new, just points that you wish clarified, this is the time to do it. Anybody have any points to fall in that category? Good. So, as Mr. Davis says, I throw out the question, does everyone involved in the hearing feel that it was a fair hearing, that you got heard, even if we bumbled around here? Everybody's okay with?
We can be a stop for making that argument at the Court of Appeal, yes.
Through the chair, it's a great question. Procedural fairness is always a potential stumbling block that some people turn to on appeals. I believe this has been a fair hearing. We've had a chance to present our information. The board's given us more than ample time to be able to explore all the issues. And on that basis, we thank you for a fair hearing.
Mr. Here. Thank you. Thank you all for bearing with us to get through this. It's a education to everyone here, to a lot of data. Thank you all. I will close the hearing. The board will make its decision today. The decision will come out in writing in 15 days, about 15 days, and that is when it becomes official. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.